Okay, how's everybody doing today? I just want to welcome America Selassie and the crew. Want to honeymoon show, N.Y.C. Brooklyn Angels. And this particular screen right here is okay. We still doing what we're doing. And today we're going to be reading. Okay, I want you to get your staff. Your staff, you can do your pull-ups, you can do your stretches with your staff, holding here, out here, up and down, stretching like here. Everything's about exercise. Everything's about moving that body. Everything's about keeping it real. Okay, so you see I got my London fog on. People say, well, why London fog? Because it represented bringing everybody together. You know, from United States, the Civil War separation between their parents or their, independence from the king, which was the way that people was ruled and taken care of by the king. This is what they asked for the king. The king wasn't something that just came up. The people wanted a king. They didn't want the prophets. They didn't want the prophets that came from the creator of humans. They said, well, we want somebody to rule us, that know us, that like what we like and do what we do, and not from another planet, as to say. So the prophets, right, male and female, okay, because there is no gender, but we'll talk about that another time. So the prophets, right, basically came to give the word from the angelic realm, or who they call the God, or the gods, plural. You know, it's many stories by word of mouth. There's many exaggerations, there's many ways people put it. But anyway, keep it moving, stretching, defense. You need a staff. Okay, staff is for guidance. This right here is a shahoof. A shahoof. It represents many things, but I just want you to see it. This is shahoof. You can look at any tree and see a shahoof. It represents that which from Abraham down here to his two sons, right? And actually the whole family of Abraham. And it's called a shahoof. Okay, so if you see with the shahoof, this is shahoof, has a lot of other symbolic meanings. I'm gonna put that down right there. Okay, as far as dealing with the people, right? I'm gonna fix my pants a little better than this. I'm gonna tie it and turn my back. I'm gonna tie these pants up. They do have strings. We call them drawstrings. Okay. You don't want to keep it too tight. You don't want to keep it too loose. Fall off. Okay, so this is what it do right here. This right here. And up in here, right? We have our third eye open. As you can see, we'll get close up to this. See, third eye open. You'll see three eyes on there. 1, 2, and 3. 3 eyes. 1, 2, and 3. 3 eyes. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the third eye open is open for our sight in the heavens. We see heavens. We don't wish for heavens. Heaven's connected with us. So this is the next thing. Okay. And today we're going to read. Been putting off for a minute, but we're going to read that Revelations, and we're going to see exactly what happened. We're going to read some of it. We're not going to read all of it. And here it is. Okay. This book don't went. This book don't went up. It don't went up. I'm saying up like the sky. You know, it's about $2,000 now for this particular book because of the facts that's in here. So I'm going to sit here, and you'll be able to see me, hear me. Right. And we're just going to go a little bit into it, not much. The receiver of this particular book that wrote it, received, his name was John. He was the son of Zebedee and Salome. The one who translated this book was Dr. Malachi York, which was our Savior, known to us throughout the years as Saeed al-Saeed Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, Islamic, Rabboni Yeshua ba al-Hadi, Hebrew, Amanubi wa Akfat, Nubian, Amar Utu, Sumerian. So it says since 1970, he has been dispelling all lies that the evil one has duped you into believing. He has spent the past years, 27, this is since 1970. So we take 1970 and add the years up, 30 plus 20, we're talking about 50 years. We're talking about 50 years of going in a different direction, opposite of what society was talking about. We was creating our own thing, our own way to be, and our own way from our original who we are. So it says the true story about the prophets were the angels. This is what he's been teaching. Were the angels, the true story about the prophets, the descendancies, with the Caucasian. The Caucasians came from what you call heaven. I even told you about the place where you call hell. I dismantled the false facts of the Sunni Muslims, the Hebrew Israelites, the Christians, the 5% nation, the Nation of Islam, and the Israel Church, which amassed 360 questions. The amount of questions that I answered in one class. I gave you word for word translation of the Holy Quran, L's Holy Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Numbers, Psalms, Ezra, and released the scripture called the Holy Tablets, including the ancient tablets. Something that none of your so-called leaders have done, and now I'm giving you the facts of L's Holy Quran. There will be no subject left untouched. If you are a sincere seeker of right knowledge and right wisdom that would lead into right understanding, then proceed to read further on. But if you still want to accept the lies and mistranslation that you have been fed to you from far too long, then continue to saturate yourself in the delicacies of the harlot and her wicked ways. My children, please wake up from the facts. We no longer have the 30 years to wait. The time is running out. We're in the very last 4 years, and this is your last chance. The evil one rules in 1960, 1996. 1996, 1999, 3 years, overlap, 3 years for sure, emphasis, we're in a whole new reset 21, agenda 21. You can go from agenda 21 and read, and you may think I'm rambling off, and that's on you, because you have not been able to keep up. When people say that I'm talking about 5 different subjects at one time in one sitting, that's because your scope and scheming won't allow a person. You have to think of one thing and what you're going to do, how you're going to manipulate that. And when 3, 4, 5 more things is introduced, then your scope is not, it doesn't allow you to think. So you get nervous and you start to say things that it doesn't make sense. You're saying I don't make sense. When in reality, I am sense. So we're going to read, this is called L's Holy Quran, Book of Revelations. The Book of Revelation, the most misinterpreted book of the Bible. Many so-called scholars of denominations have come professing to know the real hidden meanings to the prophetical words of this text. And many have attempted to explain their interpretation by way of the English translation of it. But you can't get the meaning of a book in a language by interpreting it into another language. So this only makes what is not evident even further from what is true. Because of their egos, these so-called scholars continue in their attempt to reveal and make clear the truth that they will never succeed in accomplishing. Their only accomplishment is leading the sincere, right knowledge seeker off the path from the true light. A word of warning to anyone who feels that you may be competent enough to even attempt to interpret the words of Theos, who is Anu, the Most High, also called Allah by the Mohammedans, Yahweh by the Hebrews, God by the Christians, and Jesus called him Eli, Matthew 27:46, and Abba. Be aware of the truth found within the books of Revelations in chapter 22, 18 to 19. Theos, who is Anu, the Most High, also called Allah by the Mohammedans, Yahweh by the Hebrews, God by the Christians, and Jesus called him Eli in Matthew 27:46. And Abba has placed a seal, therefore, to protect this book from those glory seekers who wish to misguide the unlearned, and choices whom he wills to receive divine right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. And only he can decide when the wisdom will be disclosed. Holy Quran, Original Order 87 to 69. It says, Yuti, Achimat, man, Yasha, wa man, Yuta, el Hikmata, Fahad, Katia, Karan, Kataran, wa man, Ya Zakaru, Illa, Ulu, al Abab. It says, he gives the wisdom to whom he pleases, and to whom is given the wisdom certainly was given good a lot of, and will not remember except the first ones, those who pass through the door of the ancient mystic order of Zaduk. So the Holy Quran, the wrong order, chapter 2, 269 verse or ayat. And he gives the wisdom and the know-how to whom he pleases. And whoever is given the wisdom certainly was given a lot of good wealth, success, and knowledge. And the fools will not remember none except those who have brains. No man is worthy to loosen the seal but one chosen from Theos, who is Anu, Elyon El. This man is none other than himself, Dr. Malachi Ziyor. The only requirements for being a competent and reliable translator is that you have the necessary linguistic skills along with a scientific and religious overview, and the gift of the Most High being the one chosen to do it. And I am the one. I spent over 25 years saturated myself in religion, be it Islamism, Mohammedanism, Christianity, Christism, Judaism, Mosesism, Egyptology, Sumerian doctrine, etc. I had to live in it in order to be able to understand what it is that I had to teach you. However, much more than that is necessary in order to give the interpreted meaning of Theos, who is Anu, also called Allah by the Mohammedans or Yahweh by the Hebrew scriptures. This ability is not something learnt, borrowed, or bought. It is an inspired gift from Eli, the All, who bestows knowledge on whomever. I am able to do this because I have been gifted with the ability to use a two-edged sword, as spoken of in Revelations 2:12. The two-edged sword possesses the ability to understand two languages because I am able to translate the precise meaning of the original language of this scripture from the Galilean, Ashuric, Syriac, Arabic, to Aramaic Hebrew, to English, and then from Greek to English. When you read this translation of the book of Revelations, you are reading it from the standpoint of its original form. These forms are also called what they call the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Qumran Caves, which was discovered in 1947 AD. They are the oldest surviving records of the Old Testament. Some of them were written in the Aramaic language, while others in the Hebrew language. They were copper scrolls of the Qumran Caves. These scrolls were associated with the Essenes or Essenes, who founded a strict religious community off the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea of Jordan. Jesus was a member of the Essenes, and it is a fact that he and his disciples spoke Galilean, a dialect of Aramaic Hebrew. Jesus' Essene name was Tammuz, and his Egyptian name was Har, which means high or far away. The Greek later changed it to Horus, then it became Latinized to Horus. His Aramaic Hebrew name was Yeshua, and his Ashuric, Syriac, Arabic name was Isa. There is a must before one can start to break down the meanings of the book of Revelations. By the definition of the word revelations in Greek, apocrypha itself, which means a revealing, you must understand that the intentions of this book of Revelation is to uncover or to make known. There is nothing in this book that should be hidden. But if the so-called religious scholars only go to the English translation, they will not be able to give you the correct interpretation. John was in the Lord's day. This day and time is a time in which the visions that John was seeing in 96 AD is coming to pass. John was seeing a revision of what was in the book of Malachi, 4th chapter, 6th verse, where it states, and I quote, "And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse." The he being referred to here is Elijah. This Elijah is the Elijah Muhammad of 1897 to 1973, mentioned in Malachi 4:5, and he said that he was guided by what is called a God or Allah in the personage of Master Farad Muhammad, but he did not succeed in this part of his mission because most of the families of his followers did not accept their teachings. So the earth had to be smited, Malachi 4:6. And this is why we, the Ansaro community, which is now known as the Holy Tabernacle Ministry, came along. If Elijah was successful in his mission and had been accepted, there would be any need. It wouldn't be any need for us to come. Therefore, Malachi, the son of righteousness, would come. Malachi 4, chapter 2nd verse. So you had Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you had Master Farad Muhammad. The truth is that one man in particular is largely responsible for the confusion that exists today with all the different English translations of the scriptures. That man was Martin Luther. Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546 AD. Martin Luther was said to be the herald of the religious reformation in Europe. He saw these days and times. Luther's intentions was to rebel against the three of the most outstanding excesses of the Roman Catholic Church, which at that time was the ruling religious faction of the entire so-called civilized world. The first was the church expanded and foreign peoples converted. The Roman Catholic Church started to incorporate even more pagan practices in Christianity. Thus, Martin Luther found plenty of support all over Europe. People began to protest against the church. These same factions were named Protestants simply because they made a protest against the ills of the organization and doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church. Let that sit in for a minute. We're still here. We're dealing with 4 broadcasts right now. I'm broadcasting on 4. It says, as a result, the word anti-disestablishment came from Martin Luther, defying and going up against the combined established churches. He was considered what a modern-day terrorist would be. I felt the need to bring this out because it is the branch of Christianity that Martin Luther formed, the Lutheran Church, from which originated all the poor translations of the Bible. And from there, many denominations started to form. The following is a list of some of the sects in Christianity which emerged from the Protestant Reformation. Episcopalian, also known as Anglican or Angelos Catholics. Presbyterian. The word Presbyterian stems from the Greek word meaning elder. The elders of the church have supreme authority in all spiritual matters. Unitarian. Unitarian are also called Universalists. They reject the doctrine of the Christian church. A common view shared by Unitarians today is that one should worship God only because he, the Messiah Jesus, is not God, but a man born of Joseph and Mary who grew into fullness of divine powers. You got the Seventh-day Adventists, you got the Quakers, you got the Greek Orthodox. None of these religions can be found in the scriptures as what the Messiah Jesus followed. They are all man-made religions. Even the news bearers, the prophets had to abide by the laws of Theos. So, who are they to consider themselves above the law? When the Europeans started to colonize America, they brought their religion with them. Their very nature formed the kind of societies which sprung up in America. Most of these who came were rejects, including the so-called aristocrats who flocked here. The class of people who came to America began to find it necessary to have Bibles in the form of English, the language that they spoke, so that all would be able to understand. Thus, it was necessary to come out with a revised version of the King James Bible. I must express that this is my first translation. My first translation was coming from the original language of the Syriac, Arabic, and you rejected it. Now I'm giving you a right translation straight from the Greek. It is not based on the culture of the West. I'm not interested in what the European King James has to say because he was not coming from the original language. If your preacher really cared about your souls and not that collection plate that's being passed around the church, he would take time to research the original language so that he could tell you what the Bible is really saying and stop leading his congregation astray with misinformation. The only language in which the scriptures were originally revealed were Aramaic, which is Hebrew, and Ashuric or Syriac, which is Arabic. They are all one and the same languages, just different dialects of tongues, coming from cuneiform. Cuneiform is the language of the elders. It was a spoken as well as a written language. So we're talking about cuneiform, we're talking about Aramaic script, we're talking about Ashuric script, the Hebrew script, and the Arabic script. From cuneiform, which was the first language of this cycle to be brought here, from which stemmed the language Adamic, which later became known as Ashuric or Syriac and Aramaic. These languages are called Semitic languages because they stem from Shem. Shem was the son of Noah and Nama, Genesis 5th chapter, 32nd verse. And Ashuric from Ashur, son of Shem, and Phaethon, Genesis 10:22. The Arabic language came from Arab, the son of Joktan and Huda. Joshua, the book of Joshua, 15th chapter, 2nd verse. Aramic, the language of the Arameans, came from Aram, the son of Shem and Phaethon, Genesis 10:22. The language that the scriptures were originally revealed in, but Christians today say that it was Greek. So I will give you that. So you had the son, Shem, the son of Noah and Nama, Ashur, the son of Shem and Phaethon, Aram, the son of Shem and Phaethon, and Arab, the son of Jokwin and Huda. The scriptures were not originally revealed in English, Latin, or Greek for that matter. Let me clarify also, my first translation of the book of Revelation and the explanations or commentaries are not from a Muslim perspective, and they are not from a Hebrew perspective. I consider myself not falling under any sect. They're simply the facts, nothing more, nothing less. No translator or reverend, preacher, or group in the USA, Great Britain, Canada, or any part of the world who does not know the original language of the old books can explain or translate the true meaning of them. In order for them to translate correctly, they must know the original language that these books was revealed in so they can understand the meanings. How can they interpret the meaning when they can't even accept that the languages of the scriptures were originally revealed in Aramaic Hebrew, Ashuric Arabic, which are all one and the same? To give you a better understanding of what I mean, let us trace these languages back to the beginning. In the beginning with Adam, nothing of the ground, meaning of the ground, earthling, the son of Atum and Liliath, also known as Zaka, meaning he who remembers, and Cadman, meaning upfront Easterners. And that's in the book of Genesis, 15 chapter, 19 verse. The language he spoke was Ugaritic, which is a combination of cuneiform and Hindi. After the creation of Cadman, Adam, Zaka, Kal-El, also known as Rudwin or Uriel, the Yahweh of the Elohim, in the enclosed garden of the light, taught him everything he would need to know to have complete caliphship, which means the successorship over the planet Earth, mentioned in Genesis 1:26. Adam was given the knowledge of Ha-U-Le-Er, or this, that, and these. Hey-U-La-A, this, that, and these. In the Quran, 2nd chapter, 31-33, originally 87-31-33. This represented the knowledge of the three realms. You have Lahut, which is the realm of the Most High. You have Malakut, which is the realm of the angelic beings or the Anunnaki Elohims. And then you have Nasut, the realm of the human beings. Cadman, Adam, or Zaka converse with the Anunnaki in the divine Arabic language that rightly should have been known as Adamic. Adamic is the first language after the reconstruction of the planet Earth 2,250,000 years ago. This language is a dialect of cuneiform, which was spoken by the people of Pat and his wife Anath, the rulers of the Pygmy tribe. This Pygmy tribe was known as the Patites. Pat was the father of Nicobar. Anath was the mother of Nicobar. They were rulers of the Pygmy tribe. This divine language, technically named Adamic, was passed down by Cadman, also known as Zaka, and the name Adam, through his progeny. The son of Cadam, or Zaka, or Adam, and praise of Theos, Anu, uncovered the secrets of the universe to his sons through this language, which at this time still had no name. Eventually, human beings strayed from the teachings of their father, Cadman, and submitted to the evils of the disagreeable beings. The sins of human beings became so great that the whole population of the planet Earth was overpowered by evil. Thus, the Elohim Anunnaki found it necessary to destroy human beings from the face of the planet Earth by a great flood mentioned in Genesis 6th chapter, 11 through the 13th verse. So you had the elders, the cuneiform language. You had Nicobar, cuneiform language. You had Zaka, who spoke cuneiform and Hindi. So you have the cuneiform, Aramic, and Syriac with the Adamites. They spoke together. And then from there, you got the Shemitic or Semitic, and that's first after Adamic from Shem, the son of Noah, Genesis 10th chapter, 1st verse. So you have the Syriac, the Arabic, Amharic, Coptic, Ge'ez, Farsi, and the Greek. So we're going to put that name again. Syriac, Arabic, Amharic, Coptic, Ge'ez, Farsi, and Greek. And then you have Aramic, Chaldean, Hebrew, Phoenician, and Nubic. So from Aramic, you have Chaldean, then you had the Hebrew language, Phoenician language, and the Nubic language. Then from Hindi or Hindu, you had Akkadian, Ugaritic, Urdu, Latin, and English. So English is a part of the Hindu language. Hindu was the first parts of the disagreeable angels. Hindu was also the part of those what they considered to be white or black on the black spectrum. After Eli destroyed the earth and it was replenished, another major incident occurred in your story. A very mighty warrior by the name of Nimrod, son of Cush, Semiramis, tried to build a launching pad to reach the heavens. Nimrod was a worshiper of Anu. Nimrod, unlike Abraham, who was unaware of the name of Anu, due to the fact that people during that time were unworthy to refer to the name Anu. Abraham worshipped the unseen, which is called Agabo. 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 The unseen. Nimrod wanted Abraham to worship Anu and himself. Abraham, not having a overstanding of ancestral worship, as did Nimrod, refused. Nimrod wanted Abraham to worship Anu, the Most High, known as Elyon, El, Theos, Allah, or Yahweh. Nimrod's most renowned architectural influence was the construction of the Tower of Babel. Nimrod also had a city name in honor of Anu called Haneb, meaning fortress of Anu. Genesis 10:10. Cadm, son of Adam and Lilith, Nimrod, son of Cush and Semiramis. Abraham was the son of Terah and Nuna. As time went on, Nimrod overstepped his bounds and taught people to worship him instead of Anu, the Most High. To reinforce his absolute rule over all Canaanite houses under one nation and one rule, Nimrod had an edifice built in his honor to prove beyond a doubt that none was higher or mightier than he. As a result, Theos or Eli confounded the tongues, which caused the languages, which confused the languages. That's in Genesis 11:6-9. They spoke the same language but different dialects. Thus, Arabic, Aramic, Hebrew, and the Syriac Arabic are one and the same. Because of the popularity of the Aramic Hebrew language, it further developed into more dialects. You have Nabatean, you have Palmyrini, Mandaean, Manashaean, Samaritan. You have Nabatean or Petra was the capital. You have spoken in Palmyrini, spoken in Palmyra, called Tamar, and located in the Syrian desert. You have Mandaean, spoken by the Nazarenes or Nazarites. You have the Manchaean by the Mancheans. You have Samaritan, spoken by the people of Samaria. You have Galilean, spoken by the people of the Messiah Jesus' time in Palestine. The book of Revelations was originally in Galilean, Syriac, Arabic, and Aramic Hebrew. You have Talmudian, spoken by the people of Babylon. It is also the language of the Babylonian and Jerusalem Talmuds. You have the Jacobites, today spoken in some Christian communities in Palestine. You have Semitic, Egyptian. An example of this form would be the elephantine papyri. You have Phoenician, spoken by the cursed seed of Canaan, who resided in Phoenicia. You have the Moabitic, spoken by the people of Moab, the Moabites. You have Punic, spoken in Carthage, and you have Assyrian, spoken by the people of Syria. I am saying all of this to make you see that all these languages came from the same source. They are all the same. It is that you were speaking in English and you met up with someone from Australia, Great Britain, or the southern part of the United States. All of you would be speaking English, but your accents would make a different sound, meaning you would have sayings that may be totally confusing to a foreigner who speaks the same language. So this book continues to go. This is the introduction. And we want to skip on down to get a little something, even if it's a verse. So we're gonna go to begin all prayers and thinking by using El Kolum, the All, chapter 1. Message of confirmation to the world that the book of Revelation is the book given to the Messiah Jesus, which Theos gave to his faithful disciple John. And this is speaking about the seven churches. So what we're going to do, we're going to stop right here because we had a lot. We had a lot. There was a lot spoken of just now. Even though it may not be to you, it was a lot. You need to go over that, right? For me to just continue, I will not. I would like to give a big shout out to any and everyone. Based on my monthly book here, we'll start up with this next time. There's just so much going on. I'll put this up here. There's just so much going on there. I gotta keep doing what I gotta do. There's a lot going on. Thanks, sir. How are you doing? I'm good. Nice day, guys. Yes, sir. Okay, so what I just read to you, these facts, you have to have a reason and a purpose. If you have no facts about why you're here on earth, that means that someone can just take you and say, well, you're supposed to work for me. And you say, okay, so what do you do? I build cars. So I want you to be a car builder for me. Okay. Then person said, okay. And then the next person said, no, I need another person to do the mail. I need another person to take the garbage. I need another one to kill the animals. Need another one to bring it. So everybody start taking things, doing things, and that's a good thing. But you have to have a reason why you're doing these things. Why are you here? That's why these books, just like what we talked about today, that they had the scriptures, but they was not in English. So when people came up to America, they needed something in English. So boom, they had to have a copy of the English. So in the copy of the English, of course, they would take the place of the people that they were talking about, even if it wasn't them. We say, oh, we have to take that. So that's a given. That's all. This is a given. So what I'm stating now is that the London fog. That's why I had the London fog on, because it's foggy in London. The fog represents the clouds. The clouds is represented by where Jesus will come down. So there's nowhere where I can put this coat. So I'm just gonna take it on out of here. How about that? Bring it up. 1 o'clock. So, it's so much. I don't even know how to explain. So many things is so many things is going. So much is going on that you have to take the initiative. So we're gonna get into some silence and let you figure out the rest. Hardly here. Hardly hope. This time we rock the show. Turn it up, turn it on, turn it off. Turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. Do me and you. Doing everything you know you're supposed to do. I took my time, time is mine. And everything that I do would be refined. Finding the things that is all that you say. Doing it right, doing it my way. I got the beat, I got the flow, I got the many things you just don't know. I said I got the beat, I got the flow, I got many things you just don't know. Okay, so we're back. The last time we was with in jail, I never showed you the picture. Okay. So you have to get real up and close so you can see exactly what's popping. Okay? It's okay. I know. Be okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this, which is part of the altar. And if you get time, you figure it out. And I'm gonna push this here. See the alignment of the third eye with the crown, the rainbow, the covenant, which is actually the spaceship and the clouds coming through. Boom, with the new tongue, the language from the original tongue and the greatest of all things we ever did. Coming back, teaching and speaking with the eyes in the back of the head, third eye open. So as we move and groove, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna go to the marker that we have, and we're gonna go from here. And I just drop the marker. I think I'm gonna get it just a little bit closer. I won't be up in your grill street, but it's over here. Right, we need to get y'all up there. We need to get me up in this street. Boom, boom. There you go. That's about it. I mean, this is the best we can do right now. Okay, so we're in the book of Revelations. The reason I got up here, I got some pictures. I'm gonna show you the pictures as we go along. I didn't want to rush it before. I never want to rush anything. I don't want to rush anything, but I want to stick with the program. In the program right now, you got to change up on y'all. Hold on. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. Don't mess with me, and you don't mess with the needy. What's up? I'm gonna take this to the next lesson because I want everybody to realize that you are a more. That's it. Everybody takes the credit because you all have ties, what we call a more. And most Moors, this is their attire, similar to this, which was called a top hat, the top of the hat, the top of the hate, the top of the status. Okay? So that orange that you see back there, that represents the new, the bold, the loud, the colorful. So I'll be wearing those. And I want to give a big shout out to all those who wore them more. Fez, the Tabush, all the things that you were demonstrating, you did a wonderful job. Now that I can see. But this right here is reading Revelations, and I have a nice article of clothing. To put over me as I read this here and display the beautiful. There you go. This is what I want to do. This is something that has been given to me in a vision, and this right here is the top off. We always got something, different that we add on to it. Some people call it bidda. Some people call it bidda. But anyway, this is the bidda. This is the way I felt. I'm jiggy with flavor, with favor, and it's just a cooling effect of the realm of peace and calm, not as bright. So as we take and we revise, revision, this is one of the that I wanted to be about right here. This right here where we at right now, and I'll be able to get it back. But it says begin all prayers and thinking by using El Kalun the all. Chapter 1, the message of confirmation to the world of that book of Revelation is the book given to the Messiah Jesus, which Theos gave to his faithful disciple John, the seven churches. So he speaks about the seven churches. You got the Greek translation and the Arabic translation. So we're going to begin to go with this for the Greek because a lot of people are into Greek right now. I just want to say this, thank you for the time because I cannot read and I will not read in the darkness. The darkness represents the light. It was cooling effect though, and I leave that right there. It says opsis, Jesus, Christos, Hos, Theos, Didomi, Dakinuu, Dolus, Hos, and Gent Amiai, Apostello, Shemeino, Angelos, Dolus, Eansi. and it read the revelation of Christos or N.Y.C, which Theos gave to him in order for him N.Y.C to teach his servants, the followers of the Christos N.Y.C, about that which must happen very quickly, and to record and to send it by the way of the Apostello John's hands through Angelos for his service N.Y.C. So basically, it's stating the revelation of HaMashiach Yeshua, which Yahweh of the Elohim gave to him, in order for him to teach his servants about that which must happen very quickly, and to record and to send it by way of my Yochanan, which hands through his Malik or Maliki Tzaddik for his servant Yochanan bar Zebedee, the news bearer. So break it down, it's really saying the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must surely come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his Lord John. Thus the revelation of the Messiah Jesus, which Theos, who is the Heavenly Father, known as Allah to the Muslims, Yahweh to the Hebrews, N.Y.C to the Sumerians, and God to Christians, Osiris to the Egyptians, and they gave him in order for him to teach his servants, the followers of the Messiah Jesus, who to the Sumerians is Tammuz, son of Ishtar and N.Y.C. This is a picture that we use for Yeshua, son of Elohim. We're broadcasting 4 times right now. 4. So we put the 4 up. Everybody got a different perspective, different background, a different way they're receiving this particular message, and it will come through the 4, which represent culture. 4 represents culture. We got the deity Osiris and Horus, son of Osiris and Aset, or Osiris and Isis, which Isis is Aset. So all this new knowledge that we're learning, all these different time knowledges that we're going through is very much needed. Everything that you have in the back, I have in the background is for good reason. Things that I have on represent a different part of the timeline. The Tabush, or what they would call the Fez, you see, it represents a different dimension. Triple darkness, the womb, it represents our appreciation and that who created us in the physical, germinated us in the body, that which gave and connected to the etheric realm, as we connect ourselves to the different frequencies that make us and keep us victorious. So you have Egyptian deities, Osiris and Horus, the son of Osiris. So these are the pictures that you would see on that. It's like sometimes it's very hard to figure out what's going on. What's going on. It's hard. You say, well, why should I learn all these pictures? Why should I learn all this? Because you're gonna get back to Ishtar, the daughter of Nangal and Nanar. Okay? You're gonna get back to yourself. And yourself, you have a different symmetry. This is part of yourself. I don't care what you look like now, we're getting part to the originality. And when you stray, the more you stray away from this image here, the more you're outside of yourself, your reason, your purpose. This is something that you need to know. I don't care if I know you feel that anything you do, you add on and keep humanity well. That is true. But there's a natural order that you must know and will come into effect. America, the harlot, the cage, the filthy bird cage, the filthy plantation is for all the filthy people around the globe. And when you don't know your heritage, that means you don't know the accomplishments of those who established this country. Not those who they just say and those who they try not to say or they say it in funny ways. But knowing that you are a civilizer who civilized the beast, the devil man, the devil child. You put civilization in all parts of the globe. And your distinguished mark is your fez, your tarbush. Even when they take it to the next realm and they try to make it invisible, which means that it's visible, but in a different format. They may have a top hat. They may have a cowboy hat with a large part here. All this recognize the state, the status of the individual, and the multiplication of representation or what it represents. So it's original order to life. So the things that I'm reading now is from the original order to life. It's not from the Christian point of view because they made a change to it when they brought it here and put it in English. They did it for a different reason. So Horus, son of Osiris and Isis to the Egyptians. Isa ibn Jabril and Mariam to the Arabs. Yeshua bar Jesus and Mariam to the Hebrews. Krishna, son of Vishnu and Mariam, and the Vaki to the Hindus, and Lord, son of Mary, and the Holy Ghost to the Christians, about that which must happen very quickly, and to record and to send it by the way of my prophet, the newsbearer John's, who was son of Zebedee and Salome. Hands through Malachi Saduk, Melchizedek, the son of righteousness, also called Murdoch, his messenger, for his servant and newsbearer John, son of Zebedee and Salome. So basically, we want to read the English. Then, as we get stronger, we'll read the other languages. So it says, the newsbearer Yochanan testified by way of the word of Yahuwah of the Elohim and the testimony of Ha-Mashach and all the affairs which he saw. So Krishna, the son of Vishnu and Devaki, that is an explanation of the way the Hindus, that's this picture right here. And this picture here is Melchizedek Saduk or Murdoch, right? And this is the picture that we use for here. Murdoch, Vishnu, Murdoch. Okay, so the reason or the light shown, the ray shown, the light shown, information articulated, the sound, right, from the sensors related to you about the vision, right, of imagery towards names, attribute to what we call the past, the now, the future, which is also called quantum theory. You see, and quantum theory is good for the programming of deprogramming. That's what we're into. We're deprogramming you at the same time programming the future. That's what it's all about. And for those who sat and thought and said that they represent more than that they could give out, it's okay. Intentions, backed by actions, of course, but intentions from the heart and the modification of using those intentions without anger, evil, malice, greed. So this one is Elohim Gabriel, son of Rashiel and Zamael. And this is the picture that I represent. This was my calling. But on the other side, you got Mary, mother of Yeshua, daughter of Joachim and Anna. So with these two people here, and look at the picture, the description, okay, it's two different tribes. One was, well, actually, this is basically the same tribe, which was the Watusi tribe. But the depiction of well, it was the Watusi tribe. And the picture, it looks similar to me, and I'm gonna show up with this Gabriel. I am represented with Gabriel right here. So this is the crew that I come with. And this is the picture created. This is my face. This is the picture. This is what I like. This is what we do. Here's the picture. Here's my face. There you go. There you go. So we got that. You have Zebedee, the father of John. And then you got Salome, the father of the mother of John. So you got to study. Take your time. Get a shot. Right. And study your pictures, because your pictures will take you out of the white lies that was used. It says, who bear records of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ and of all things that he saw. It says the news bearer John, son of Zebedee, and Salome testified by the word of Theos and the testimony of the message, the Messiah Jesus, in all the affairs, all the miracles of the past, present, and future, in which he, John, son of Zebedee, and Salome saw. So Theos sent his blessings to those who kept faithful to the laws contained in the book of Revelations. So it states right here that those who continue doing the right things, that the Most High sends the blessings to those who keep faithful to the laws contained in the book of Revelations. So when we read Theos sends his blessings, okay, it's not too many people out there that's explaining that particular word and explaining it from the etymology, the building of its symbols, symbolics called letters or alphabets. So they just say they send his blessings, and if you're not aware of what blessings are, you will not be able to use them. It's like having a toolbox and don't know how to use the tools. So the blessings, what are the blessings that the Most High send? And I'm going to leave that up to you to figure it out. Because if I tell you everything, then this would not be a class. This is roller skating, ruler state, roller skate. It's the same thing. It's a way of life. It's just that the skating part is the aspect of what we call sports. That's what they call it, sports. It's for a reason. Everything is for a reason. I'll tell you all the reasons you won't get where you need to go. So it says, Eos, blessings will come to him who N.Y.C, who reads, Ahio, listens to the legos, words of this prophetia, prophecy contained in the book of Revelations, and Terio, God's the GREATFUL writings in it. For the Kairos, the time is N.Y.C, already coming near. So we're just going to take one word from here, N.Y.C, E-N-G, just like English. But N.Y.C means already coming near, okay? Blessings will come to him who reads and listens to the words of this prophecy and guards the writings in it. So now, it tell you right here, do you believe in God? The God part was the guarding of the words of the prophetical writings, which they call prophecy. That's what it is. This is why we're reading this, and this is why we're taking time. There's no rush. There's no rush to read you this. It's living inside of you each day. There's no rush. It says, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy. So they're saying you are blessed. You have to find out what the blessings is. What's ramifications of being blessed. You want to be talked to. You know you made mistakes. The things that we learn in here, you are more. You are more than a more. The words more could express who you are. So you're more. You're more than what people can ever think of. You're more than whatever they can think about. Unexplainable. Triplopodous. To get back into your proper frame of mind as we proceed. Blessings will come to whomever reads and listens to the words of this prophecy contained in this book of Revelations. Anyone who obtains the knowledge from the predictions of this book, not the book of the so-called New Testament, and guards the writings in it, and the time is already coming near. N.Y.C. Every day the prophecies of this book of Revelations is unfolding. The time is here when the same trials and tribulations of those of the past will return to test the faith of the many. So now we're talking about the things of the past, the things that we did in the past, it will come back. It was a test run, and it will come back. Those who know that they are Moors and they have a responsibility, that is the neighborhood. That's that village of each of us watching each other. Because if you know about the Moors, if you know about the Magna Carta, if you know the many things that we have done to keep the truth and humanity up. It says, N.Y.C. Hepta Ecclesia Ashe Asia Kafiis Irane Ho Ekum Achi Hepta Nos Epapion Donos. So Donos means throne. It says N.Y.C. John to the Hepta 7 Ecclesia churches, which are in Asia, Kasi grace unto you, and Arene peace, Arene peace. In Greek, the word arene means peace. In Greece, the word arene means peace. From him, who is, who was, who is to, come, come. And from the Hepta 7, Peyama, spirits, hosts, on facing Donos. So the word Hepta is 7. Penyoma is spirits. Penyoma. Penyoma is Greek word for spirits. Okay, so you have to get a pen and a pencil. And as I get more elevated, I will have a pen and paper to write the notes. This way I can give a subcap on what's popping. So what we're doing, we're going through Revelations. We're at Revelations 1:4 right now. We're not in a rush. We're talking about John receiving information from what is called the seven churches, which are in Asia. At the time, we're speaking of Asia. Asia, or actually the whole globe was called Asia. The whole globe was called Asia at one time. One time, the whole globe was called Asia. So you have Asians, you have Ru Asia, you have Rush Asia or Russia, you had China, which we call Asians, Filipinos, Asians, Mexicans, Asians. So Asia was the whole earth was called Asia at one time. This you should know. This is one thing you should know. You should know this. You should know this and be able to teach this. You shall see that we are the Most High, the most. Even though in the Bible they say the Christians is the race, the chosen race, people can say anything they want to say. As long as you're doing the work for your programming, and your programming does not allow anyone to be hurt. Because as we step into our natural order, there will be ramifications of spiritual reality. The forces of nature has combined. Those who separated the chosen and treated them like animals. We're more than animals. We're more than mammals. We have been spliced in with the creators, or what you call your angels. Those are our parents. Not only those are our parents, but we have also come back within ourselves, in ourselves, to be ourselves, on ourselves, which is the planet, period. Which her name is Gia at this time. And the more I introduce you to Gia, the more she's going to introduce herself and show you. When you're along the roadside driving, when you're in the plane looking down, flying through her elements, which you call the wind or the men. So you're at the right place, at the right time, all time. We are Father Time. John to the seven churches which are in Asia, grace be unto you. So it doesn't say peace be unto you, it says grace be unto you. And grace and peace is two different things. Grace is actually for this, the G race. Make it clearer. G, grace, grace. And that will tie you into what you call blessings. Be less. Something was be less to you that you can move through and navigate on earth. Something was be less to you. They didn't advocate, they didn't instigate, they didn't determinate, they let you roam free. They interceded with you. This is an intercession right now. This is called the intercession. Well, interceding with you, giving you back who you are in the new generation. So the things that you did, this is the back of the line. When I was telling people to get their ass in the back of the line, ask me a question anytime, I'm here. I am Father Time. This is the back of the line. So what I'm saying, getting back at people laughing, no, you have to get in the back. Everybody got to get the back of the line. Not just those I was making inferences to or referring to. The word refer from the word free. Free and refer. Get a pen. If you have your pen, you write it down. Free, refer, same, symbol, same, different, that they call definition or definition. They explain it and they command a certain way, so you will perceive a different perception from the imagery of the brain. But if the mind is set right, that imagery of the brain won't click. And this is what we're doing. And I say we because it's more than one. I'm doing 4 broadcasts right now. So it's 4. I'm looking at 4 different positions of this same situation and giving and transmitting out to the best of my ability. It says the 11th century BC by the Ionian Greeks. Ephesus represents Zoroastrianism, a religion funded during the 6th century BC by Zoroaster Median, who was a Muslim by birth. See, when they say a Muslim by birth, what does that mean to you? Because it's just words. They just put a Muslim by birth. What is a Muslim by birth? It's how many people are Muslim by birth? They say everyone is Muslim by birth. So to put this is that they're Muslim by birth, what does that have to do with what they're trying to state? They're trying to give you and lead you in the path, holding your hands. No, you have to have critical thinking. Critical thinking is what we do here. So what he was saying, he was talking about the 7 churches. One was Ephesus, the city in Western Asia Minor, near the mouth of Cayster River, founded in the 11th century BC by Ionian Greeks. Ephesus represents Zoroastrianism, so you said the Greeks was Muslims. Okay, so you see the Greeks. Median, who wasn't Muslim by birth. Okay, so the Greeks, Ionian Greeks, were Muslims. Okay, so then you got the church of Smyrna, a city in Western Asia, again, same area, and a city of Ionia, founded by the Alcolian Greeks. So the Greeks we already know are Muslims, right? Okay, so the Alcolian Greeks have Alexander the Great, that is called Izmir today, and the largest cities of Turkey. Smyrna is symbolic of Christianity, the religion founded by the self-appointed Apostle Paul to justify his own schemes. The term Christianity was coined by the people of Antioch and given to the Messiah's disciple as a sign of scorn and mockery. Now this is something I'm going to take a little time to go into, because I'm just not going to read this to you like that, because it would be no good for you, no good for nobody. So the best thing that I can do is go into this and stop right there, and stop. Yeah, we have to strike up communications here. It just can't be one way. I'm not gonna just give you facts and it's not gonna mean nothing to you. You're not gonna take. You have to stop when people talk to you. Don't let them just ram them off for 20 minutes. That is not communications. When people tell you what they want to tell you, that's called programming and manipulation. When people do not give you full disclosure of what's going on in their lives, and they want to take a part of your time out, that's manipulation. That's usury. If they never ask you, well, what is your vision in life? Can I help you with that? Can I be a part of something that you're doing this day? I know I asked you the other day, but you didn't have nothing to say. So I'm asking you this day, what can I do for you this day for your vision that the Most High has given to you? So when people come around you and they tell you about the problems that they had, the things that they've been doing, it doesn't make no, don't listen to it. You hear right now, somebody's cutting the grass, so you hear, that is what we call a automatic mental massage, that particular sound. That's why people like it. It chops away negativity, negative thoughts, negative feelings. It clears the mind sensation, the thought patterns. Just that like a lawnmower, the sound. That's why people say, "Oh, I'm gonna take a drive," because of the motion in the motor and the sounds. Okay, so we're talking about Samaria. It was Greek and Turkey. We're talking about Pergamus, also called Pergamon, an ancient city in the district of Marseille in West Asian Minor, same Asia, same thing. They were Greeks. They was also Muslim. So when you see Greeks and Muslim, they were Muslims and Greeks and this and that. And Muslim means that one's of peace, but the Greeks was doing things, and the whole thing is a plot and a plan, a scheme and a scam. This is why we're Moors, we're not Muslims like the people say we should be like. This thing that they created, we are the civilizers. So we were talking about Thyatira, the city of West Lydia in Western Asia Minor, located in the key area of commerce in the road between Pergamus and Sardis. Thyatira was built by Seleucus I, the Greek founder of the Seleucid dynasty in the 3rd BC. Thyatira is symbolic of Hinduism. Okay, so now we talk about Hinduism and seeing how close Hinduism and those people who claim that they're Muslim in their writings, as we explain their writings. So now we're looking at Muslims who are Greeks and Greeks who are Muslims, and Hinduism who claim that they were Muslims. So what is this Muslim? As we explain, that is a product of something else, a continuation of something different. Ephesus, Mercurius, Zoroaster, Midianite, Abraham, and Keturah. So I'm going to put these pictures up here because you have the Midianites in here. The Midianites was also a part of Abraham's family. So now you see the Midianites right there. And you see they was very prosperous too. Zoroaster was Midianite. Smyrna, Philadelphia, Ephesus, Sardis. These are names, when we hear these names, say, well, you know what? These names is not, I don't want to know these names. We just said it, but you have to look at it like this. You need to know this. this is part of our creation. So now you got Alexander the Great, and you can see you got other people too, but Damkina, Ninki, the mother of Murdoch, the wife of Enki. We have a whole lot to do. We're gonna go ahead and leave it with that right there. Why it be like that? You know, I'm gonna reset this here, and we're gonna go for the flow.